Good morning, everyone. It's just gone 9:30 and this hearing session is open. Can I just check, can everyone hear me okay? Okay, good. Morning.
Morning. Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, thanks. First of all, can I just remind you, please, just to keep all your electronic devices set to silent. And during the hearing, if you could please ensure your microphones are muted and your cameras are switched off unless you are participating in the discussion. Just to confirm, my name is Nick Palmer. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I've been appointed to examine the minerals and waste policies of the Shropshire Local Plan. Kerry Truman is the Programme Officer for the examination and she deals with all administrative matters and is on hand throughout this session. My colleague Carol Dillon is on the call. The discussion will be led by me and I expect that Ms Dillon will only participate in the discussion if needed. The session is being recorded and live streamed. If you lose connectivity at any time, please rejoin using the link originally provided. If you encounter any difficulties, please restart your device. And Kerry will be available to speak to by phone or email if you have difficulty connecting. An agenda has been circulated. I may be being over optimistic here, but I'm hoping to cover all of the matters today. However, we do have tomorrow allocated if we need to run over to tomorrow. But I'm intending to carry out a review session tomorrow, and provisionally that is timed to take place at 9:30 tomorrow morning. I want to take an hour's lunch break today and short breaks in the morning and afternoon. I anticipate around about 11 o'clock this morning and to finish about 5 o'clock this afternoon. This hearing session will deal with the minerals and waste policies of the plan, which are strategic policies SP16 and SP17, and the development policies, which are numbered DP29 to DP33. To start with, I will ask the Council to make a brief opening statement. And following this, I intend to go through the matters, issues and questions that I identified in my matters, issues and questions document, ID 29, in the same order. A number of my questions have been fully answered by the Council, and I don't intend to go over those again, but I intend to concentrate on those questions on which I have further questions. Now we have a representative of Barwood Land here today as an interested party. I will ask for your comments at the appropriate point in the agenda. Ms Butterfield, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I anticipate that we'll deal with mineral safeguarding later on this morning. If anyone wishes to speak during the session, please use the raise hand facility. Just to remind you, my role is to assess the soundness of the minerals and waste policies. In submitting the plan, the Council considers that it is sound. This is the starting point for the examination. If you are challenging the soundness of the plan, then you have to explain why and what changes would make it sound. Once the plan has been submitted, changes can be made either through main modifications, which are recommended by the inspectors, or through additional modifications, which are made by the Council on adoption. The policies map is not a statutory development plan document, and consequently we do not have the power to recommend modifications to it directly. However, in the event that any modifications to the plan require consequential amendments to the policies map, these should be published alongside rather than as part of the schedule of main modifications. We can only recommend main modifications if they are necessary to resolve problems that would otherwise make the plan unsound. Main modifications are changes that would materially alter the plan or its policies. In the interest of fairness, they will need to be subject to public consultation, which would take place after the hearing sessions, and further sustainability appraisal work may also be needed. Additional modifications are changes which do not materially affect the policies in the plan, and they are made by the Council on adoption and can be referred to as minor changes. Additional modifications do not fall within the scope of the examination. It is the Council which is accountable for them. Generally, they involve factual updates and the correction of typographical errors. The Council has proposed a number of changes to its plan in its schedule of main modifications, which is document GC4M, and schedule of minor additional modifications, which is GC4L. I will discuss the Council's proposed changes as we go along, but could I ask the Council to also be proactive about this and to make sure that we cover all of the main modifications that you are proposing? As the hearing sessions progress, could the Council prepare a running schedule of any changes that you propose, support, or have no objections to? And I will keep a record as well, and this should keep us all on track. Are there any questions before we start? No. Okay. Right. Well, can I ask the Council, please, to make your opening statement?
Yes, thank you, sir. Would it be helpful if, before I make my opening remarks, if we just introduce ourselves as a team? Would that be helpful to you? Oh, you're on mute, sir, but I take it if that's a yes.
Yes. Yes, please introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Inspector Palmer. Okay, so I'll introduce myself first. I'm Eddie West. I'm the Planning Policy Manager at Shropshire Council. To my left.
Good morning, sir. Hugh Richards, Planning Barrister.
Good morning, sir. I'm Adrian Cooper. I'm the Council's Climate Change Manager, but I was formerly the Head of Planning Policy, and my significant area of work has in the past been in Minerals and Waste.
Good morning, I'm Tim Shrewsbury, Minerals and Waste Planning Policy.
Good morning, sir. Daniel Corbin, one of the Principal Policy Officers in the Planning Policy team.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so I've got some very, I suppose, brief opening remarks here today, Inspector Palmer. I think, as you've indicated already, it seems as though the agenda today, you're going to have more questions on specific points of the our response on your matters. So I want to leave enough space to get into that, really. But so I've only got some very high-level remarks to make. This part of the process, really, it was just to take us through a bit of a narrative about our correspondence up to this point. So obviously we submitted the plan in September 21, and the sort of first contact on minerals and waste issues was when we received your initial questions in June last year, ID 1. Is it 13? Thank you very much. So that was your inspector's initial questions. I would say those initial questions raised a number of points which we responded to a few weeks later. You then subsequently had some further questions in ID 18. And I think that is where you specifically asked us some questions around our approach to supply, specifically around mineral supply, and specifically raised your question, really, for us to go away and to think about whether that approach was an appropriate one or not. We responded to that in September last year. August last year, which was, so you have our response in writing there. You subsequently sent us a further correspondence in September last year, which I've got down as ID 20. Again, all this is on the examination library, of course. And we responded to that on the 16th of September last year. And again, that is on the examination library. That the latter question that you raised was specifically around allocation of mineral allocations. And we responded to that point last year, indicating that we felt as though our approach was appropriate, and therefore we did not need to go down that avenue. That subsequently has led on to the MIQs that you have raised. You've raised 95 questions across both minerals and waste. I think roughly 65 on minerals, I think, and the rest on waste. We have responded to all those questions in writing, and you have that as read, as you've said, and that's going to be the basis of the conversation here today, I'm sure. You've already mentioned that we've already proposed a schedule of main modifications to some of the policies around minerals and waste. Our most recent correspondence in our response to your matters issues did raise the potential for further main modifications, and that's taken as read. There are other potential areas that you would have seen where we have raised the prospect of a potential main modification if you think it is appropriate as well, and I think that's part of the conversation here today we'd like to get into on that one. So that's where we broadly are, just to really give you a narrative on where we are. I'm sure you know that anyway. I'm sure you have it all in front of you, but it's just a sort of a peace of mind really on that one. So really we're here today, as you've already indicated, to answer any more questions you have. You have the team in front of you today. We will do our best to answer any more questions you have. If there are any further questions that you have we need to go away and to ask someone else about or have a conflab about, we will let you know. It might be quite useful to do on the review section, actually, I suppose, to catch up on that one. But obviously we'll see where we are as we go through the proceedings through today. So that's all I was going to say on the matter, really, apart from just to sum up that we do feel as though we have an appropriate plan with the modifications that we've proposed, and we obviously are here to answer any further questions you have. So I'll pause there. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay then. Well, right. Well, I've as I said before, I've sort of got further questions in response to the answers that you gave in your hearing statement, and would like to go through those in order. Now, I just want to start off with the assessment of need for minerals, please. Now, the plan adopts the 3-year sales average as the basis for the calculation of need, and then it adds a 20% growth factor, and I think this is covered in questions 1 and 2 of the MIQs. Could you? I'm not clear on the basis for the 20% figure. Why 20%?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'll pick that question up since this is something that came out of work which I was involved in at that time. So the outcome, the approach that we're taking in terms of 3 years and 20% is a response to detailed discussion which took place as part of the discussion with local mineral operators and as part of the West Midlands Aggregates Working Party, which I chaired at the time. The industry was concerned that a 10-year average effectively results in a diminishing returns in the West Midlands context, since 10-year averages were dropping in response to a range of complex factors operating at that regional scale. The production of minerals was being focused more and more in specific geographical areas, including Shropshire, the other being Staffordshire. So they were concerned that a 10-year average would not necessarily be able to pick up that growth in demand that resulted from that concentration of production in a specific geography. The 20% was also included as a means of reflecting some uncertainty about future growth pressures, which derive from the planned growth in the local plan itself. And at all times, it has been our intention to adopt a responsible and facilitative approach to planning for minerals in response to the content of national guidance, of course. That then was tested. This was set out as part of our local aggregates assessment, and that local aggregates assessment was considered by the Aggregates Working Party and supported, particularly, it must be said, by industry. The MPA obviously sitting on the Aggregates Working Party to be formally represented there. So whilst it is a bespoke arrangement, our feeling very strongly is that this reflects the local context, and that is our role here, to reflect the local context both in terms of the way that it works out in the West Midlands and Shropshire's particular contribution to that context.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I understand the 3-year average, 3-year sales average itself reflects the record levels of housing delivery in, I think it was 2018. Is that right? And so that's adopted because it's indicative of the trend going forward. Is that summary about right?
Yeah, I would say so. The 3-year average is taken at the peak of the market, I would say, in terms of the delivery of housing in Shropshire. It wasn't intended in that way, but it shows, I think, why that shorter average is, that more recent average is an appropriate one, because it does show local context, and I would suggest a lot of resilience in the market as well. So it wasn't intended in that way, but it did pan out that way, I would say.
Yes, that's reflected in our response to question 4 of the matters, issues and questions, sir.
Oh yes. So going on to question 4, and that relates to the planned rates of housing delivery over the planned period. Could you just provide a bit further explanation on that, please?
Yes, sir. The draft plan proposes a housing requirement of 30,800 dwellings over the period from 2016 to 2038, which equates to an annual average of 1,400 dwellings. Now, we're very much aware that the market is influenced by a range of factors, known and unknown, and obviously that causes peaks and troughs in terms of delivery rates. So what we've sought with the housing requirement is to reflect and positively respond to the nature of the market and ensure that there's sufficient flexibility to ensure that the requirement is achieved. Going back to the point you were previously querying, in 2017-18, housing completion rates were at the peak of delivery. We had a sustained peak for 3 or 4 years, and obviously the completion rates have slightly reduced over the last few years, which again is not surprising because, as I said, that's the natural way that the market works. And the plan seeks to positively respond to that and ensure that there's a sufficient supply throughout the period to achieve the intended housing requirements. And our approach to minerals and indeed waste is reflective of that consideration of the way the market fluctuates over time.
If I may add as well, on that point, obviously we are responding positively to the interim letter from your other inspectors that we have on the local plan from earlier this year, and one of the issues which was raised there was how the housing requirement is addressed, and it is addressed as a minimum. And that's what they've suggested that we should be applying. So just to put that into context, really, there as well. So yeah, just a wider context there.
Okay, so does the calculation based on the 3-year average plus 20%, does that adequately allow for any additional housing need or unmet housing need from Black Country authorities that may be needed?
I think the way that this works in practice, sir, is that the approach that's taken in the mineral local plan in respect of providing for future need is a prudential one. So what we've done is seek to take an approach which doesn't limit mineral production to the least amount which the data at that time would have suggested, but in fact attempts to anticipate levels of demand, including that which might come from cross-boundary need as part of the forward planning approach. And that is the reason why we haven't adopted the standard 10-year average. We have made an additional allowance by basing it on a higher shorter term average level of production and allowing a further 20%. So it's prudential in that respect, that it tries to anticipate future needs so that mineral production is not a constraint on the delivery of future housing in that sense.
So just with regard to the Black Country contribution, obviously the approach within the plan was that was incorporated into the housing requirement of 30,800 dwellings. We're obviously aware of the interim findings of the inspectors and we are giving that due consideration. But I think the approach described by my colleague Adrian very much clarifies the fact that we've been very cautious in terms of ensuring that there's sufficient supply of minerals to meet future growth needs, but also recognising the importance of ensuring that we recognise the need to manage environmental implications of mineral extraction as well. And we're very much of the view that we feel that we've got the balance right on those issues.
Okay, and does this, what about planned employment growth as well? Could you just explain the approach to that, please, with regard to mineral supply?
I think others may want to come in a second as well, but we're aware that the average, the 3-year average, incorporates all potential, all minerals use in the past number of years, whether it be housing, employment, infrastructure as well. So it's all captured within that past trend in the 3 years. So we, again, in terms of employment, we've set out our employment requirement, which is 300 hectares over the plan. Again, like with housing, the interim letter from the inspectors have asked us to reconsider that in terms of the unmet need argument. So it's the same issue with housing on that basis, but it's the same answer really on that one. We feel as though there is sufficient resilience in our trend-based analysis that we that is adequately captured, even if there were to be a minor uplift in employment land requirements for to account for unmet need.
Just to expand on that, sir, it may be helpful to know that the level of employment growth proposed in the draft plan is relatively comparable to, but slightly less than that in the current plan. So the trends will be responsive to that level of proposed growth.
Okay, thank you. And are there any known
We can
just
hear you,
dropped
sir.
out momentarily. Yes. Are there any known major infrastructure projects that are likely to be a consideration in calculating supply of aggregates?
The only one that is known at this stage, sir, is the Shrewsbury Northwest Relief Road, for which detailed design is now available, including a materials balance, which gives us a good indication of the level of aggregate consumption. However, that road is being constructed to the latest guidance from Department for Transport, and so every effort is being made to source secondary and recycled materials in order to reduce the carbon footprint of that road, and therefore the impact on primary aggregates is expected to be relatively modest. Notwithstanding that, as my colleagues have explained, with the approach that we've taken, we feel that we have anticipated that known piece of infrastructure as a part of the approach that we've taken by adopting the approach that we have.
I should point out, just for that the Northwest Relief Road is subject to a planning approval which hasn't been granted yet. So, but obviously that is likely to go to our it's our North Planning Committee in the foreseeable future. But just to make you aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right, well that's sand and gravel. Could you just briefly touch on crushed rock, please? The Mineral Technical Background Report states that about 26% of the crushed rock that is produced is exported. Is there any indication of any likely change in that level of exports?
We've not had, sorry, sir, if I can pick that one up. No, we've not had any indication from the industry. The crushed rock production in Shropshire is focused on a small number of sites. And the reason we are a net exporter of crushed rock is that the material involved has a high polishing stone resistance, which means that it's a relative rarity and it is used throughout the country and indeed internationally as a surfacing material. And that is the reason for the export level. But we in our regular contact with the companies concerned, we've not received any indication that they expect that level of production to change significantly.
Just to expand on that, through our duty to cooperate discussions with adjoining mineral planning authorities, including through the mineral regional group, we haven't had any indication that there is an expectation in terms of changes from the planning perspective either.
Okay, and there is a site which is within the area of Telford and Wrekin Council. Is there any information available about the life of that quarry?
Nothing has been raised as part of our regular contact with colleagues at Telford and Wrekin. So it's like most crushed rock sites, it has a relatively long shelf life. And the site in question is a large site. There's further material available. We're not aware and haven't been made aware by colleagues at Telford of any impending change in the production from that site.
Are there any existing crushed rock sites which are not operational?
There are, sir, yes. There are other sites which are effectively mothballed. They were previously in production, but are not currently in production, which the industry could bring forward were there to be an upturn in demand, for example. These are sites owned and with previous consents, which would probably need to be revisited by existing operators already operating in the market in Shropshire. So they're a relatively well understood, well-known quantity, both on the part of the operator or putative operator, and indeed on the part of the planning authority as well. So there is a fallback option were we to receive, significant upsurge in demand. Those sites could be brought forward if necessary to compensate.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I've got no further questions on the need calculation. So if we could go on to the question of supply, please. All right. So if it's question 9 in the MIQs, just looking at the figures that you've got, you've produced table 9.1 in your hearing statement, and that does update the supply figures. I've just got a couple of questions about those, please. So I'm comparing as you provided a similar table in your letter of the 15th of August last year, which is document GC13. You provided a table there, and some of the figures have changed in the latest table. Now, the existing permitted reserves have increased from 16.354 up to 17.84. Does the Iron Bridge former power station site, does that form part of the existing permitted reserves now?
Yes, that's correct, sir. The planning permission has been granted for that site now. And was that 1.9 million tonnes? That's correct, sir.
It still doesn't follow from the previous figure of 16.354. How do you arrive at 17.84?
So the explanation to that is provided within the notes, but there was a slight error in that we'd carried over the entirety of the Gonzales Quarry South allocation, when actually the planning permission only related to about 2/3 of the reserve. So that has been corrected within the most up-to-date table, which is why the saved local plan allocation amount has slightly changed as well. It's just a reflection of the fact that during the planning application process, the extent of that permission was amended.
If I may, sir, it's quite perhaps helpful as a bit of context to understand that it's a relatively complex calculation, actually, because what you find here is that the information, the quality of the information about available reserves at some of the sites changes, and we need to stay in regular contact with the industry in order to track those changes. The situation with regard to Gonzale South is a good illustration of that, but there are others which mean that we've got to track what is being produced, how that impacts upon the mineral remaining, and we get regular annual updates from the industry direct of production and remaining reserves information from the various sites which make up these figures. So there isn't always a straight arithmetic comparison between two figures produced in different dates for that reason.
Okay. Right, and now the saved local plan allocations, and that has increased from 3.3 million tonnes up to 3.84 million tonnes.
Yes, so that's primarily to do with the fact that, as I sort of previously discussed, the Gonzale Quarry South allocation received planning permission for part of the site rather than the entirety of the site, which, as I say, was a change during the planning application process. So it's reflective of that. What I would say is the amount of reserve, or the amount of supply from those saved local plan allocations doesn't represent the total supply available across those allocations. It's the total amount that's considered achievable within the proposed plan period.
Okay, and also the windfall potential has increased from 6.2 up to 7.99. Now we do have some letters provided from mineral operators. Does the 7.99 figure relate to those the figures given in those letters?
Sarah, is responsive to those figures. As I think there are questions that discuss the information we have from the various operators. Those letters relate to three of them, probably the three of the most significant that operate in Shropshire. So yes, it's responsive to most up-to-date information. As my colleague Mr. Cooper already explained, we do get regular information from them. And that figure is seeking to be responsive to the most up-to-date information that we have from the operators.
Again, sir, if I may, for context, it's worth bearing in mind that we are not always in a position to share with you or publicly everything which is shared with us for reasons of confidentiality with which you may be familiar. The danger is, of course, that were we to do that, the industry would not share anything with us, and then planning would be that much more difficult, of course. So we do need to respect the confidentiality of what's shared with us. It's not always possible for us to lay out in black and white in a table exactly what we've had, but we do share whatever we can that has been agreed that we can share publicly with you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Right. Question 10, and this is about the timescales really for the permitted facilities. Is there any further information available on the lifetimes of those permitted facilities?
Yeah, it is tricky, sir, because obviously we've got an assessment on the part of the operator of the level of reserves available at a given site, and we have production information which is looking historically at rates of production and trends over time. And what we do is to play that forward, taking into account anything that the operator shares with us about likely changes in production from a given site, and that will give us the lifetime of that site, always taking into account, obviously, the planned period. So there may be more reserves potentially than are workable in the planned period, given other constraints like those relating to the planning permission, which might impose an output limitation, for example, for reasons of transport impact, for example. So that obviously changes over time. There is a reassessment of reserves. There are market conditions which impact the level and rate of production, and it isn't always possible, I'm afraid, for us to share that detailed information with you for the reasons I already gave you in terms of confidentiality. That is, in effect, market intelligence for the industry. So that does make it quite difficult for us to be completely transparent, I'm afraid. What I can tell you is that we do work very closely with industry on a regular basis to track this and play that forward. So in terms of we have counted the stuff that we understand from the latest information to be available during the planned period. It's very difficult for us to share more detail than that with you, I think, at this point.
Okay, and does the same apply to the saved allocations?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Right. So the 7.99 million tonne figure from Windfall. Could I just double check with you, please? We have information in the letters from the operators, and the letter from Shropshire Sand and Gravel indicates 5.59 million tonnes from Windfall applications. And then we've got a letter from Anne Dugdale, which relates to Wood Lane Quarry, and that identifies a total of 1.7. 1.7. That's from 2 planned extensions. And then we have a letter from, I think it's from NPS, relating to Woodcote Wood Quarry. And that states that 1.8 billion tonnes.
Time period.
Oh, is that? Yeah, if you could provide further explanation of those figures, please, because they don't add up to 7.99.
No, sir. That's a reflection of the fact that not all of the windfall material would be available during the plan period.
Yeah. Okay. So where does I'm just struggling a bit to appreciate where the figure of 7.99 comes from.
So the way that we have worked that out, sir, is to look at the level of production from those sites on an annual basis, taking into account any output restrictions from planning consents that might apply, or if there are existing sites where there's an extension, which is the case in a number of instances here, we might simply adopt the same level of production as the current site as a benchmark, track that forward, and that gives us a figure for what could be produced from that windfall site during the plan period, and that together then amounts to the figure which we provided to you.
Okay, so it's not contained in any evidence document before the examination.
I'm afraid we can't break it down to that level of detail, sir.
No, okay. Could you just please explain to me how the reliance on windfall, based on the calculation that you've done, how that provides certainty in the supply of minerals? Appreciate that the windfall provision forms quite a small proportion of the total provision. But with regards to that windfall, expected windfall, could you just sort of, and you've done a calculation based on current rates of extraction. Is there anything further that you wish to say to justify the certainty of that source of mineral supply?
So I think the first thing we would point to is the fact that obviously when the plan was submitted, the amount of windfall supply relied on was significantly higher, and that's reduced significantly because consents have come forward, which demonstrates the fact that the principle of windfall as a source of supply in Shropshire is demonstrably occurring. So that's the first thing. And then obviously in terms of the windfall, the amount that's required versus the amount of potential resource, again, gives significant confidence that there's a sufficient pool of windfall opportunities available to achieve the amount of windfall required in order to meet the production requirements.
And the final thing, sir, would be to point out that a large proportion of these windfall sites are in fact extant existing sites, extensions to existing sites. So the mineral in those localities is well understood. The operators are already operating in that vicinity on adjacent land with an established operation and established working track record. So we can have some significant confidence about their ability to bring forward that windfall material.
And if I may, just to point you in the direction of our response to our early response before the MIQs on the 16th of September, which was GC 17 to your ID 20, that sets out why we feel as though windfall is appropriate in the context of the framework and the guidance in this localised context. It does that in that letter.
Okay, and sorry.
No, sorry, so I was interrupting, please. I was just going to mention that one thing that it is also worth noting is that the approval rate for mineral planning applications in Shropshire is particularly high. Generally speaking, we approve as a matter of track record well over 95% of all submitted applications for minerals. That is a reflection of the fact that we work very closely with the mineral operators, and we have their long established working relationship where many of the issues involved are very well understood. And that can give confidence to both an operator and indeed as part of the plan process to our ability to bring forward additional resources on a windfall site, basically.
Okay, and you've supplied 3 letters from 3 operators, and they all indicate that they are considering potential extensions to their existing sites. And I think at least 2 of those sites are allocated in the plan. Has any assessment been done of potential harm to environmental assets with regard to those potential extensions? Has the council, have there been any pre-application discussions or any other discussions with the operators to give an indication with regard to the environmental constraints that need to be addressed? And are there any particular issues with those extensions?
So I'm not aware of formal pre-application discussions, but as I mentioned to you earlier, sir, we maintain a close working relationship and dialogue with operators. And in the context of the sites that you mentioned, for which you've had letters, these are all extant operational sites where the local environmental context is well understood. For example, Salop Sand and Gravel has an existing working operation in the vicinity of the proposed windfall site. We know the local environmental context very well indeed, and many of the issues that would pertain to the potential windfall site, both in that location and indeed at Ellesmere for Tudor Griffiths Salop Sand and Gravel, Ellesmere Sand and Gravel, and at Woodcote Wood, which is the final one you referenced, MPS, the Woodcote Wood site, which is just to the south of Newport. Again, an extant operational site where the local environmental context is well understood. And the operator will also have a very good understanding of that environmental context and the measures that would be needed to control environmental impacts. They will already have been looking at those environmental impacts by way of preparation for a windfall application. You will appreciate, I'm sure, sir, that a mineral planning application represents a really huge investment on the part of a mineral company. There is a great deal of work that needs to be done to support such an application through the preparation of various studies. And very often mineral operators will do a lot of that work in advance in order to minimise the risk that they then cover in future applications. So it is a well understood context, and the figures which you're seeing in terms of potential windfall supply reflect the constraints of that local environmental context and the impact that that has on the levels of production.
So the other thing I would add is that, of course, as we've had, the same would apply to an allocation, is that there would be a need for a planning application, and significant environmental evidence will be provided in support of that planning application. And it's at that stage that the most detailed information necessary to ensure a full understanding of the environmental implications of any proposal is available. And as I say, the same principle applies to allocation. So it's at that planning application stage that there's sufficient information available to ensure the outcome in terms of environmental impact. And irrespective of whether it's allocated or not, it wouldn't be until that stage that that level of information will be available.
Yes, I mean, if these sites had been allocated, then there would have been a need for sustainability appraisal of them, and that does seem to be lacking here, and that this is a bit of guesswork as to whether they are in practice likely to be found acceptable. That would be my concern. What would be your response to that?
I think so that we can be more confident than that. I think if we were talking about a series of windfall sites where there were no existing established production in the vicinity, then I agree that risk would potentially be greater. But in the context of the sites that we're talking about, there have been extensive environmental studies of the context of those sites already, which have resulted from many decades, in most cases, of mineral production. So we can have some significant confidence that whilst the detail, as Mr. Corden has outlined, won't come until a planning application stage, we are not aware, and neither are the mineral operators aware of anything that would prevent such a site, such a windfall site, coming forward in principle. And we can have some confidence about that because there has been so much previous work already completed by virtue of the extant mineral working in that area.
Okay, now in your answer to my question 12, you set out a number, well, in your paragraph 12.5, paragraph K, you refer to the approach taken allows for the ability to respond to changing circumstances. Now, does that mean that it allows for the mineral to come forward when it's needed, or does it mean flexibility in terms of the method of working or the area to be extended?
If I may, sir, I think it refers on the latter really on that one. So it's effectively the nature of the operation rather than the timing of the operation, I would say, is the answer to your point there.
If I may, sir, as well, the other relevant piece of context here is obviously we're under a duty from national policy to consider comprehensive working of mineral resources. So it is important that whilst we have an operational site, the operator takes every opportunity to extract the maximum winnable material from that site before moving on to potentially resulting in environmental impact on a new site elsewhere.
Okay, you referred earlier to the commercial sensitivity of the operator's information. In the letters that have been put forward, they do state the amounts of mineral which are envisaged to be available, and they do provide information about the proposed areas envisaged for extraction. So that is quite a bit of information. Could you just clarify to what extent the information, I just need to understand what information is commercially confidential,
Okay,
and what isn't really.
Those mineral operators have effectively agreed to make that available publicly. You should treat the material in those letters as being public.
Yeah.
They were effectively prepared to share that as a part of this process in a public forum. So we consider that public information. However, not all of the mineral operators would share that view. And so we can't do it across the board, as I was explaining to you earlier, if we're to continue to operate effectively in our role. In this case, those operators that have provided those letters have agreed to make that material available to you publicly.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the information that has been provided in those letters provides confidence that there is a certain amount of mineral available, which could form windfall, but there would be potentially for additional windfall over and above that.
Yes, so there are other potential sites where windfall material could be coming forward, but in those instances, the operators concerned have not shared the information publicly.
And we're not relying on it in the table.
And we're not relying on that information either, sir. It's a good point, actually.
That further information is not relied on in the windfall figure in table 9.1.
Okay. So I think it's appended to the council's hearing statement. So that's just, it's not relied upon, but it's just for information only. Yeah. Yes. So although I note that you're not relying on this information, I just need to ask a couple of questions just to make sure that I understand what's being said in those letters from the operators, please. There was a letter from Shropshire Sand and Gravel relating to Moorville Quarry. Does that refer to so that refers to extensions which are outside of the allocated extension, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And it refers to Digwood's land. Would that be an extension, or would that be a new quarry?
It would be an extension. It's best envisaged as the sand and gravel deposits in Shropshire generally form either a part of a fluvial system, a river valley system, or are associated with former movements of ice sheets, basically, and particularly the washout from former ice sheets in the distant past. And so they're relatively focused areas, and this is well known by the operators. So what you have is a kind of wheel and spoke, if you will. In the case of Moorville, you've got several operational areas which are run by different operators. Salop Sand and Gravel is one of those, and there are other areas of land well known to the operators which have been tested through core drilling in order to establish whether or not a viable mineral resource is available, and that includes the land referred to as the Digwood Triangle.
Okay, yes, thank you. And Bridge Walton Farm, that's just to the south of Moorville, and that's an existing quarry, isn't it?
It is, sir, yes.
And so is that referring to an extension to that one?
Yes, this is part of the same pattern of sites in that area. Basically, there are a series of potential extensions which can extend the reach and access additional material from existing operational sites, including both Moorville and Gonsall.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
They're less than half a mile apart, actually.
Okay. Okay, Woodcote Wood Quarry, is that actually within Telford and Wrekin, or is it within Shropshire?
The operational area, sir, is within Shropshire. I believe a small proportion of it, less than 10%, is in Telford and Wrekin, but the majority fell within Shropshire Council's administrative area, and so the planning application, for example, was determined by ourselves as the planning authority with input from colleagues at Telford and Wrekin. There are options in terms of extending that both laterally and I believe vertically. So obviously we have to think in 3D to some extent with these sites, somewhat confusingly. Sometimes there is additional material lower down as well as by going laterally. Any significant lateral extension is likely to come into Telford and Wrekin, but there is additional material, I believe, accessible within Shropshire's local authority area as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and in response to my question 14 regarding crushed rock, and the council confirmed that you would add a bit more explanation to the supporting text, just to explain the position regarding crushed rock supply for users of the plan. Just to be clear about that, I think you've suggested. I think that is a main modification, actually, MAM 93. Okay, right. Recycled and secondary aggregates. I appreciate the data for this, for the supply of recycled and secondary aggregates is not good. Could you just explain what the sources of data that have been used or relied upon are?
So a certain amount of data is available, sir, through Environment Agency national waste data, basically, which is provided to us annually. The difficulty with this is very often that as a material, there is a tendency for such material to travel very short distances. It's not a particularly valuable material, and in an unrefined form, it's very often just used as a source of fill, for example, for engineering purposes, and it is very expensive to move it any significant distance. So it is tricky for it to act as a ready alternative to a significant amount of primary aggregate production, particularly where we are in a rural context such as Shropshire and the travel distances are very great. So, for example, we might have a certain amount of secondary recycled material being generated within from building works or engineering works within Shropshire, but it would not travel on a cost-effective basis, we are told, by the industry to major urban centres like Birmingham, for example. Indeed, it might be more likely to happen the other way round, but of course, the urban area is well able to consume large quantities of such material itself, where it's being produced from redevelopment works, for example. So we're reliant on that, but a lot of material is not tracked because a lot of the operations associated with the management of that material are not subject to licensing, and therefore the Environment Agency data doesn't capture the complete picture.
Okay. And do secondary aggregates form a significant part of supply?
Shropshire, it's pretty difficult with secondary aggregates. We don't have a lot of industrial processes, for example, which would produce that type of material, power station ash and so on, from industrial sources. So in Shropshire, the main sources would be from recycled material, such as that which is produced from some of our waste management facilities. For example, some of the landfill sites like to use that material. The difficulty is, of course, where such material is being managed at a landfill site, then there is a ready use for that material on site as part of landfill engineering, either for cover and capping or indeed for the structure of the landfill itself. So whilst there is a beneficial use for it, it's not being made available readily as an alternative to primary aggregate. Probably the most significant source from a secondary aggregate point of view would be the material associated with the operation of the council's municipal waste incinerator, where that material is recovered by Veolia, the operator, and used in block making in the West Midlands.
Okay. Okay, so can I just now, as I've pointed out in previous correspondence, and you've responded, national policy is that specific sites should be allocated, followed by preferred areas, and then areas of search. And you have responded to my questions, but I'm just keen to explore that a bit more. Why is it not possible, given that you have in mind some potential extensions to existing quarries, why is it not possible to identify either preferred areas or areas of search in the plan? I think in the core strategy, that identified broad locations for future sand and gravel working, similar to an area to areas of search. They could, areas of search could potentially cover quite wide areas of the sand and gravel resource. I just need to understand why that approach couldn't be used, given that national policy specifically identifies that approach should be followed.
If I may, sir, obviously we have provided a response to this. You actually raised a very specific question in one of your early correspondence, which we responded to. Subsequently, we've also set out in our response to question number 12 in the MIQs about our specific assumptions around windfall components of the identified supply, and that gives information we feel is on the benefits of undertaking a windfall approach, and within the localised context why we feel as though that's appropriate. Your question, I think, is it possible to do broad locations? Well, yes, it is possible. We don't think, however, that when you consider the very limited amounts of additional supply which is needed to accommodate that level of need that we've already had a discussion about, and the balance between that ensuring the environmental implications are captured within that consideration. And I think importantly around looking, as we've already mentioned, looking at the potential for changing operational requirements on site, indeed about the comprehensive working of sites as well, we feel as though there is not a need for us to do that, and we don't feel as though it would add certainty to the process, principally because of the very limited amount of need we require. So it's not a question of we can't, it's a case of we don't feel as though it's appropriate in the local context, and we don't feel as though it adds any further clarity on delivery. And we've set that out in our response to, both in the earlier correspondence before the matters, issues and questions, and in the MIQs in our response to question 12.
If I may just supplement, sir, I think there is a question in here about agility. It's our ability to respond. We've been in a fairly uncertain context in the previous few years for various reasons in terms of development pressure. We had a long period of relatively low development pressure, then a peak, as colleagues have outlined, of housing completions, for example, and then the uncertainty of the pandemic and the impact that has had. A lot of these decisions that are made by industry are made in light of local circumstances and market demand, effectively. So in a context where current production and the potential for future production is well understood, and there is a close working relationship between the planning authority in a positive and constructive sense with the local operators, as my colleague Mr. West has outlined, we didn't feel that such a conventional approach as outlined in the national guidance necessarily fitted our needs for this planned period. And the approach we've chosen to adopt, we feel, is one that better reflects the context in Shropshire. It does confer agility. It is based on a significant amount of local information and confidence, and we are meeting the vast majority of the identified need through a more conventional means already.
So has the use of preferred areas or areas of search been considered and then discounted?
Effectively, yes.
Well, effectively, yes. Kind of early on in the process, I can't point to a particular document where that was presented, but yes, it was part of the plan making process.
And if the plan identified say, areas of search, similar to what the core strategy previously did, wouldn't that provide an additional level of certainty to operators who may wish to come forward with proposals?
I'm not sure that it would, sir. No, in the sense that the geology is well understood and obviously doesn't change. And we have a facsimile, as it were, of the geology represented in the mineral safeguarding map, which you're going to come on to look at shortly. So the geology is well understood and probably better understood by the industry than anybody else. So I'm not sure that identifying areas of search would necessarily add a great deal to the position we already find ourselves in, with an established track record and a well-established industry and productive capability in Shropshire. That I think is a reflection of local circumstances.
I think it's a point which is worth making as well. As obviously, we engage with the industry as part of the plan making process, but also we engage on specific draft versions of the plan as well with the industry in terms of this process, and we haven't had any objections from the industry which raise concerns about our approach in providing them with certainty and clarity on delivery. So they are effectively content with our approach on windfall, using the development management policy approach, which we feel as though is appropriate in the local context, in particular because of the very limited amount of need that we feel as though is needed.
Right. Okay. I think you've also made a point in your responses previously. I think you've said that if sites were allocated, this could potentially lead to oversupply. Could you explain that, please?
The issue there that we're attempting to strike this balance between providing certainty and confidence for mineral operators in terms of mineral production, our ability to meet market need, and the environmental impact of that working. And clearly this is not an easy balance to strike. We have attempted, as I said previously, to adopt a facilitative approach and working closely with the industry to understand their needs and plan for them appropriately. But we do obviously have a significant responsibility in terms of Shropshire's environment as well. And the danger is if we allocate a very large number of sites, we give certainty in that way, we are potentially opening up the county to greater levels of environmental impact than would be strictly required in order to deliver that appropriate amount of mineral production. So that is a difficult balance to strike, and we felt that we should be trying to avoid overproduction for that reason.
Okay. Now in policy SP16, there is a table sorry, it's not SP16, it's policy DP30. yeah, DP30, just to point out that the table DP30.1, that requires updating, so that would be a main modification.
Yes, that's correct, sir. We would effectively utilise the information within table 9.1 of the matters, issues and questions response to update that table.
Yeah. Well, with regard to policy DP30, it says in paragraph 1, I think there is a main modification to move paragraph 1 into policy SP16. Is that right?
Yes, I believe within our response to your matters, issues and questions, we indicated that we were comfortable with that change if you felt that was appropriate.
Yes. And it says, yes.
Can I make a point about main mods? There are some main mods where we've said, yes, we intend to, well, first of all, there are some main mods which we're already proposing in GC4M. Then there are further main mods that we are definitely proposing in our response to your matters, issues and questions.
Yes.
Then there is a further category of main mods which we have said we are happy to do if you think they are necessary.
Yes.
We won't be proposing those unless we're told by you that, yes, you think that's a good idea.
Yes, I will. I intend to sort of go through those as we go through the questions. I intend to indicate which of those I think should be included.
Yeah. So that, for example, at paragraph 14.2, which is the crushed rock potential main mod, that's one that we said we'd be happy to produce if you want it. In the conversation just now, you referred to existing MAM 093, but we're not quite clear in the room here if that was you saying that covers the point we're making, or whether that you're still going to consider whether a further main modification is necessary.
Yes. I should have said yes. I confirm that I think that main modification is necessary.
Which is the main modification which we've set out in MAM 093.
Yes.
That covers the point in
14.2.
14, yeah, question 14. It was just for clarity, really, that we weren't seeking another main mod as well on that point. We probably confused the issue slightly in the way we responded, I'm going to be honest, but so apologies on that. But it was just to make sure that you're content that the existing main modification proposed covers the question you had about crushed rock in question 14. Or if you require some additional text from us to make that point.
Well, I think main modification 93 covers the point adequately. I'm not suggesting that anything further needs to be added to that.
Good. Well, that's great.
Thanks, sir. That's very helpful and good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. Now, just a point regarding so paragraph 1 of policy DP30, as it is now, it refers to existing permitted sites. Should the existing permitted sites be identified in the plan? Perhaps in an appendix.
I think we'd be happy to do that, sir. I think it's logical. It gives context within the plan.
It's just really just to clarify that it means existing permitted sites at the time that the plan is made, rather than any subsequent windfall sites that may be approved. Is that what it means?
Yes, sir.
So yes, it's just to be clear on that point, that it's the existing permitted sites as of now, and it would be perhaps make it clearer if those sites are identified.
Yes, that's another main one. Yeah.
Well, would that be a main modification? It would potentially be necessary for effectiveness.
We perhaps make the policy more effective. I would say yes, more usable. I don't think it's in the more significant area of main modification, but I think it's something which will probably fall under main modifications in the context of some of the other main modifications which we've proposed. They're on the side of caution, I've learned, on modifications.
So, sir, I think what we're saying is we'll do it by main mod unless you tell us not to.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
And then we could do it by an additional change or whatever. But the ball's in your court.
Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, in response to my question 25, well, you've identified a main modification which is 104. And it relates to the saved allocations of the SAM Dev plan. And it just adds an extra sentence to clarify the position regarding the information, the location and extent of these sites identified on the policies map, the development guidelines, and it's an addition to Appendix 2. And yes, I think that main modification is necessary.
Thank you, sir. It's helpful.
Which one is that?
That one.
Okay, it's 6 minutes past 11. I suggest that we take a short break now. If we could come back at 11:30, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 11:30 and the hearing is resumed. I'd like to move on, please, to policies SP16 and DP30 relating to mineral working. Policy SP16 first. Subparagraph 2 encourages the use of secondary and recycled aggregates in appropriate locations and refers to policy SP17 in that respect. And policy SP17 supports recycling facilities that are close to the strategic principal and key centres. And outside of those locations, smaller scale waste facilities which are capable of meeting local needs would be supported. Given that there's often or a need can be identified for aggregate recycling facilities to be located at quarries, how would those type of facilities be allowed for by these two policies?
So many of the existing aggregate recycling facilities we have at quarries, and I'll give you an example, sir, which is the Ellesmere Sand and Gravel site at Ellesmere is literally just outside of the town of Ellesmere, one of our key market settlements. So that is a good indication of a type of coincidence of location. As much as anything, this is an approach that reflects our settlement hierarchy and which goes back to that point I made to you earlier, if you recall, about the distance that the material will travel on a cost-effective basis. So very remote rural areas, for example, should there be such material produced in those locations, it may have a limited travel distance for positive use, as it were. Whereas co-location with a quarry facility allows that material to be processed into a usable product and perhaps combined with primary aggregate into a composite product for sale as an alternative to simply using primary aggregate. The point here, I think, is that it's very difficult for us to be absolutely directive about this because we can't know the exact pattern of the production of this material. It's going to be fairly fluid. All we can do is to give some guidance around the kind of relative scale of those facilities and the appropriate locations for that, based on similar considerations for other types of development.
Yes, so policy SP17 is supportive rather than stating any presumption against.
Exactly so, sir. It's saying, we ideally a larger scale of development ought by right to be co-located where it can be with larger centres, accepting that there may be exceptions to that, but that would be the normal approach. And in more remote rural locations, we wouldn't expect to see very large scale operations unless there were a particularly good reason for that. But of course, one of those reasons could be around co-location with a significant quarry operation. So that is the reason it's worded in that way.
Okay. Right, in subparagraph 3 of policy SP16, it refers to the subnational guidelines for the West Midlands. I know that my understanding is that the subnational guidelines expired in 2020, but they are still mentioned in national policy.
Yeah.
So
correct. So yes, I mean, and that is a reference back to that previous established approach of using subnational guidance. Yeah. It's still a benchmark of a sort, but as I inferred earlier, the pattern of production of aggregate in the West Midlands is changing, and we're seeing it concentrated into a smaller number of areas with higher levels of production, mostly Shropshire and Staffordshire in the West Midlands. And so those subnational guidelines are of more limited value now, perhaps, than they were certainly when the plan was submitted. And hence the normal approach that the Aggregates Working Party adopted of looking at 10-year average, which we've already explained why we've chosen to do something slightly different to that in light of local circumstances. But the normal approach that Aggregates Working Party in the West Midlands adopted was that we would use the 10-year average production as a guideline for most authorities in the West Midlands area.
Okay. Right, and right in your schedule of main modifications, you've got MAM 005, which modifies Part 4 of Policy SP16. Just to be more specific, so that I think the policy as submitted referred to broad locations, and this is more specific. It refers to the saved mineral allocations. It then deletes it deletes a sentence, which sort of the reason for that deletion is that it duplicates part of policy DP30. I think you've substituted a requirement that proposals would be consistent with the requirements of policy DP30. And I think that does clarify the position, and I think that modification is necessary. Okay, just with regard to the monitoring of policy SP16, I think the monitoring requirements are set out in an appendix, aren't they, to the plan? Appendix 4, I think it might be.
It is Appendix 4, so yeah.
The monitoring indicators, they don't mention anything about secondary and recycled materials or any other minerals other than sand and gravel, and they don't refer to environmentally acceptable restoration, and these are all matters referred to in policy SP16. So should these other matters also be indicators to be monitored as to the effectiveness of the policy?
We do have the waste already. Yeah. I think that's something we could take away and have a look at.
Yeah, so I think this probably falls into the category of we could go away and have a think about that. And I think our first thought is we could expand those indicators, particularly I think in terms of the other minerals, because we can. Obviously, we're very keen to only monitor things which we can monitor effectively. So I think that's why I'm hesitant in providing a confirmation just now, but I think I'm confident broadly that we can provide that information on an annual basis to be able to be monitored, particularly around the production and supply of aggregates. Yeah. So production and supply of other aggregates as well, including recycled materials.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I think so it's particularly about so making sure that I'm clear what you're asking. It's to do with the wider indicators of non-aggregate minerals. You've also mentioned other parts of SP 16 around environmental.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the policy encourages the use of secondary and recycled aggregates, and it's just to sort of build in some measure, if it's possible, to monitor the effectiveness of the policy in terms of the encouragement of secondary and recycled aggregates. Whether it's possible to monitor production of other minerals other than aggregates, and whether the acceptability of restoration proposals in relation to that policy.
It would have to be, yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, well, we'll think about the restoration side. My initial view is that's a very long-term indicator. So it might be one where it falls out of the sort of the annual review cycle on that. But so I think that might be in the more challenging category. Obviously, recognising that indicators have to be clear and precise and achievable, or at least that's that. But we will have to think about that, sir, if that's okay.
Okay, yes. I mean, I just flagged that up as something to think about, and it may be something that we can come back to in tomorrow's review session.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Moving on to policy DP30. Now, the council, you've suggested, this isn't in the main modifications schedule, but you have suggested that paragraph 1 of DP30 it would be more appropriate to include it within policy SP16 because it's more of a strategic requirement.
Yes, I think that's in answer to your question 39. But we've got a further proposal in answer to your question 38, which we could just do with hearing your view on. You'll see that we're proposing a main mod to SP16.4 under question 38. And I don't know whether you want to tell us now or we will hear in due course as to whether or not you're happy with that approach.
Yes, I am happy with the main modification to SP16.4. Okay,
and then I think the question you just asked about, the main mod you just asked about, is question 39. Comes up in question 39. Yes. Where again, we're saying we would support a main mod to relocate this paragraph to draft policy SP16. So we've told you what we intend effectively there. Yeah. And again, we'd like to know either now or in due course whether or not you're smiling on that suggestion.
Well, yes, yes, I think that's a sensible suggestion. I think it is more of a strategic requirement because it sets out a priority order for development from existing permitted sites first and then from the allocated sites.
Good.
So we would make that change broadly on the basis of effectiveness of policy. I think that would probably be the category that would fall into, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Okay. I think so. Yes. Yeah. And just on that priority order, so it's seeking to to develop the existing permitted sites in the first instance, followed by the saved allocations. Where do the windfall sites fit into that?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, so that's what we were talking about over the coffee break. But in answer to your question 40, we are proposing a further consequential main mod, which is our attempt to answer that question. Whether we've done so successfully or not, no doubt you'll tell us.
Okay, so that adds additional text, doesn't it? Well, it adds to the policy.
Yes.
Yes.
To say that the priority order, as stated in the policy, will be complemented
Yes.
by appropriate extensions.
Yeah. Now you may feel that that's on a Goldilocks test just right, or you may feel that it requires further tweaking to make it hotter or colder, and obviously you'll tell us that. I mean, the options would be to try and fit those extensions into somewhere into the priority order, rather than leaving them as complementary on the side, as it were. But we have assessed that we do need to make a bespoke reference to the windfall extensions in the policy.
Just to add to that, I just think where we've pitched it with our proposed main modification around complementary, I think we are seeking to strike the balance between the effectiveness of the policy and the reality of delivering the policy when faced with an application for windfall proposal. We obviously working on scenarios. If we get one in, how would we assess that? And we feel as though a complementary approach of that potential windfall allowance fit better with the current wording of the policy, rather than inherently as a sort of another part of the sequential process.
Yeah. Yes, it makes sense. It makes sense to me. And so, is the reason for the seeking existing permitted sites first, followed by the allocations, and is that to do with the order of the phasing of the workings?
Yes, sir, and also reflects the principle around comprehensive working, of course. So you should work out, and I think there's certainly that principle is inherent in national policy. You should work out your existing commitments before you start looking at additional areas, in case you end up trumping something that's or disenfranchising something which is already operational, which would be retrograde. Right.
Isn't there a danger that windfall could do that?
That's part of the complementarity argument, I think, that we've already advanced, basically.
Yeah, so I think in terms of that is part of the consideration we would have to give as in terms of when and if we face planning applications on that basis. We feel as though that wording allows the council that appropriate degree of management around that, rather than implying a specific sequential process.
Some of the principles of this, if I may, sir, are covered in DP30 Part 2 in a similar sort of way. Obviously, that's intended to apply for sites that are not those which we're currently describing, but the principles remain similar. We're looking to take forward our mineral planning and site identification in a way which wouldn't prejudice the development of existing commitments. So DP32B, for example, is relevant here.
DP32, sorry, but
DP30, Part 2B.
Sorry, yes.
Allocated sites.
Yes.
So it's a similar principle to that approach, obviously, that there is a sequence here. We don't want to prejudice existing operational sites by allowing additional things to come forward, which could undermine the ability to continue to work those sites, given that they've already got consent. If there were to be too much material in the market, for example, it is this overproduction concern that we discussed before the break.
Right. How would the policy prevent that happening then? So if there's a windfall site comes forward, how would that what's the policy basis for consideration as to whether that may or may not prejudice comprehensive working on other sites?
I think it's not that we can necessarily prevent an application that could pose that risk, more that we were in a position to take the impact of such an application on the existing pattern of production and ability of existing sites to continue to produce into account as an integral part of the consideration of that windfall application. You see?
Yeah.
It's a material consideration that would be, pretty significant in the context of such an application.
Okay. Just wondering if the policy doesn't actually provide for that explicitly, does it?
No, well, I mean, the way in which it was structured perhaps doesn't help us here, and this is something we can take account of when we're looking at how to restructure, particularly moving paragraph 1 as part of the revised approach.
Yeah, we could look at, obviously we're looking at ways to make this policy as effective as possible. We're just looking at the phrase allocated in the second part of that. Would it be help if that was changed to existing? Or does that not help?
Well, it could be.
It's a semantics.
Well, it could sort of refer to existing permitted sites and allocated sites, perhaps.
But as a consequence of the surgery of removing part 1 of DP30 into a strategic policy, we might just need to make consequential tweaks to part 2 so that it reads sensibly as a standalone development management policy.
Yeah,
I think what we're telling you, and quite how we do that so that it reads naturally in a proper context shorn of paragraph 1, we will reflect upon further. But you've heard what the intent is. The intent is to make sure that the new consents don't come along that prejudice the comprehensive working of existing facilities.
okay.
I think it might, for instance, again, this is probably into the realms of us going away and having a conflab outside the session, but I think it could be specific reference to comprehensive working in that policy might help as well.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that might help. I mean, it's what we mean, but we don't necessarily say specifically, which you recognise can be an issue in terms of an effective use of policy. So I think, am I hearing that effectively the proposals in the policy you're not concerned about. It's the way the policy is worded in an effective manner. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that sums it up really. It's just yes, it's just the way Part 2. It just refers to allocated sites only. Maybe it could be expanded to explain more clearly the intention behind that. I'm thinking
we can work on that.
Yes.
And on the face of it, I think we agree with you actually. and I think we would look to present a further main modification, and perhaps if we would do that at the earliest possible time, possibly in our review session.
Yes. Okay.
Perhaps come back to this. That'd be
yes, fine. Yes. I mean, we can discuss these things at the review session, but I mean, if you need further time to look at these things, then that's okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's helpful.
Okay, and policy DP30, Part 2A refers to a proposal meeting an unmet need. Could you clarify, please, what that would mean?
So in the context of this, there are specific detailed applications of aggregate materials which don't perhaps fall outside of the norm, some particular application of a type of material which arises from particular construction technique or whatever it might be. An example could be the industrial use of some minerals where that isn't currently something that occurs. So a specific need might arise, either in terms of the quality of the mineral or indeed an unplanned quantity. So an example would be HS2, sir. If HS2, it's obviously extremely unlikely, but if HS2 were ever to impinge upon Shropshire more directly for some reason, at this point that would be unplanned, but it would give a rise to a need for additional material to be released to provide for its construction in a way that is not currently planned. It's a catch-all designed to anticipate the unexpected effectively.
Okay, should the plan just clarify that in the supporting text, just to make it clear what is meant by unmet need?
That's certainly something we can consider, I'm sure, subject to colleagues' views.
Absolutely, sir. I think we can. I'm just having a look at the explanatory text at the moment, sir, just to make sure we haven't nothing there that we can.
I don't think we did it.
No. We can clarify that in the explanatory text, sir. Yes.
Okay then. Right. Okay. Well, I have no further questions with regard to minerals need and supply and policies SP16 and DP30. Is there anything else that you wish to say on the matters that we've discussed already?
No, I think we're fine, sir.
Okay then. Right, now I was intending to go on to mineral safeguarding, and Miss Butterfield was here earlier from Barwood Land.
She's still showing. Still there.
I'm still here, sir.
Okay, right, would you like to make your comments then, please?
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's a reasonably short point, and it's quite specific in terms of mineral safeguarding, with particular relation to the allocation that we're working on for Barwood, which is allocation HR 173, which is land west of Ellesmere Road. The site at Ellesmere Road is within a mineral safeguarding area for sand and gravel, as identified on the map in policy SP16. And safe to say, we understand that the policy principle for safeguarding minerals is not objected to in any way. But the draft policy for the allocation of the site makes no mention of the mineral safeguarding area in which the site's located. And similarly, in reverse, policy SP16 as drafted makes no reference to allocated sites within the MSAs, but as the LPA have set out in their hearing statement, the site selection process for proposed site allocations for development did include consideration of when sites are within mineral safeguarding areas, as well as opportunities for extraction from those sites. You will be aware from our hearing statement that the allocation at Ellesmere Road is subject to a current outline application, which is before the council. That was accompanied by a mineral resource assessment, which we also submitted both with our hearing statement and with our Regulation 19 comments in February 2021. And the purpose of that was it demonstrates that minerals can't be extracted from this site in an economically viable manner. There is also an abundance of high quality sand and gravel deposits within the county, such that the MPPF Para 213F 7-year land bank is exceeded. And with that in mind, and the fact that extraction is not feasible, the safeguarding of the site for mineral extraction in the local plan and the allocation itself is considered inappropriate. Really, our request is that the allocation SHR 173 is amended so that it explicitly excludes the site from mineral safeguarding, noting essentially that the site can be developed for residential development without any further report being required, based on the report that we've submitted to both the local plan examination and the application itself. Thank you.
Okay, would the council respond to those points then, please?
Yeah. We feel the site is exempt under proposed policy through DP 29(1)A and also in the explanatory text 4.264. We don't think there's anything else we need to say on this really.
And that exemption, sir, would apply obviously to allocated sites more generally, not just to this allocated site. It just happens that this allocation is within the MSA. So reading the policy now, DP 29, part 1, C, the development is exempt as set out in the explanation, and that sets out in 264 below that applications that are in accordance with the development plan and site allocations where the assessment of site options took account of the potential mineral sterilisation are not required. So effectively, they've been through the process and it's exempt.
In other words, the clarity that Ms. Butterfield was looking for is in policy DP 29, it doesn't have to be imported into the allocation policy of her client's site. If we did that, we would be doing it for every site. So because it applies to a large number of sites, the exemption is in DP 29 rather than in the allocation sites. I think that's the answer.
Yes. Ms Butterfield, do you wish to come back on that, on the council's response there?
Thank you, sir. And I do appreciate the clarity. I think we were just asking for it to be for this specific allocation because the site is further advanced than some of the allocations maybe at this time. We feel it's appropriate based on the evidence that's available for that to be a specific point in the allocation policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay, if we can please look at mineral safeguarding policy. Okay, my question 44, I asked about whether any mineral assessments had been undertaken in respect of the sites proposed for allocation in the local plan, and you have explained the approach taken in the sustainability appraisal. Yes, your paragraph 44.2, and you refer to the sustainability appraisal and site assessment environmental report, which is document SD 6.01. I couldn't find I couldn't find any reference to minerals assessments as such in that document that you refer to. It does refer to assets, but I couldn't find any specific reference to minerals assessments having been undertaken.
So if I might explain, SD 006.01, the sustainability appraisal and site assessment environmental report, includes a section which explains the site assessment process undertaken. Within stage 3 of that site assessment process, which is captured in appendices B to U, I believe, of the sustainability appraisal, every one of the sites that made it to stage 3 of the process, because effectively there's you start with a large pool of sites, and then we undertook sustainability appraisal using the sustainability appraisal objectives within stage 2A. Stage 2B then applied a filter which took out sites based on a number of factors such as uncertainty about their availability or where they were subject to significant strategic constraints. All the sites that made it to stage 3 of the assessment and were considered as potential allocations were considered against whether they were located within mineral safeguarding areas. So if you look at the stage 3 assessments, you'll see that there's a field for whether they're in a mineral safeguarding area or not, and that was considered as part of the wider planning judgment against the other constraints or opportunities that may exist on each site. So it's a factor that was considered when officers were reaching conclusions as to which sites were going to be proposed for allocation. So it was as part of that stage 3 consideration that exercise was undertaken.
Okay, but yes, okay. And policy DP 29, it still requires applicants to carry out the minerals assessment, part 1 of that policy. So that would be a more detailed investigation, wouldn't it, for each of the allocated sites?
Well, part one of the policy, part 1C of the policy would suggest that sites that are within the explanation below are exempt from that requirement, which would include the proposed allocations under, it's 4.264 C, unless, of course, the proposals for the site are not in accordance with the development plan.
Right, so this would be 4.264 Part C.
Part C, yes, sir. So in effect, because when we were considering sites for allocation, we considered whether there was an implication for mineral resource, and that informed conclusions as to whether we still felt it was appropriate for allocation. That met the requirement that that assessment had been undertaken at that stage, and as such, the exemption would apply to that particular site and to all proposed allocations.
Okay, so yeah. But that assessment, it doesn't sort of reach. Does it reach any conclusion as to whether minerals can be extracted prior to development?
In circumstances where it would have been considered appropriate, that would have been drawn out within the site-specific guidelines. So the one site when prior extraction was considered appropriate was the Ambridge Power Station site where that extraction has been granted planning permission. Because of the scale of the majority of other sites or the amount of resource within them, it generally was considered that it either wasn't going to be economically viable or not actually achievable in terms of resource because of the depths or what. So in effect, the consideration has been undertaken as to whether it was economically viable or appropriate to undertake prior extraction. And in the majority of instances, it was concluded that it wasn't.
So we heard from Miss Butterfield earlier on the Barwood land allocation at Ellesmere Road. So does that allocation then was that considered at the site selection stage to not require a minerals assessment?
Yes, sir. And we'd note that we know that the applicant chose to undertake an assessment to support their planning application, and that concluded that reached the same outcome as our own assessment achieved, in effect, that it wasn't economically viable to undertake.
Yes, I'm just wondering how comprehensive the assessments were that the council undertook. Was it an actual? Did the council actually undertake minerals resource assessments, or was it just a sort of a judgment?
It was a high-level judgment, sir.
In order to apply mineral safeguarding, should it not be the case that detailed mineral assessments are carried out for the allocated sites?
It's very difficult to do without on site.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting, as part of the planning application process, on future allocations? So, as part of an application process in the way that this particular case has panned out with Ellesmere Road, in this case, that effectively we're saying it's not in this instance. It was exempt, so it wasn't a requirement. They've undertaken it in any case, come to the same conclusion. I'm just trying to see what your where you're leading here. So are you indicating that the planning application process should continue to include an element of requirement for us to require planning applications on site allocations to undertake that level of technical assessment?
Well, I think it's when sites are subject to safeguarding, I think it's a standard requirement to require mineral resource assessments to be undertaken either as part of the plan preparation process or by applicants for planning permission. It seems as though, with regard to the allocations, they've sort of, on the basis of the policy as written, they sort of sidestep the requirement for mineral resource assessments, which there may be some sites where it is economically viable to extract the mineral before development takes place.
I think there's an issue about timing, so the appropriate level of detail. Obviously, in dealing with many hundred potential site allocations for non-mineral uses, it would be enormously burdensome to undertake a detailed mineral assessment for each of those sites. And I think what was done instead was to take a proportionate approach to considering that issue alongside other relevant issues to the allocation of a site. And as my colleague Mr. Corden has already outlined, that did result in some sites being identified as some potential allocations being identified as those where a more detailed assessment was appropriate. And Ironbridge Power Station is a good example of a large strategic site where it fell within the MSA, a mineral resource assessment was required, and that has resulted in material being worked prior to the development of the site. So it's a proportionality issue. With most very small sites, I think there's a widespread acceptance that it's simply not cost effective to do.
I'm just wondering if there should be a requirement on applicants, even on allocated sites, if there should be a requirement on applicants to carry out mineral resource assessments as provided in Part 1 of DP 29, which as worded, I mean that applies to any to any site, including allocated sites. But perhaps paragraph 4 2.264 Part C provides an exemption, and it may not be. Well, first of all, it may not be entirely clear to users of the plan or to planning applicants. But secondly, is that really justified? Is there a reason? Has it been definitively proved that prior extraction of mineral is not economic or feasible? I'm just wondering if the approach as set out in Part 1 of Policy DP 29 should apply to all development, which as has been carried out by Barwood Land.
I see where you're coming from. So if I could clarify, I think it's effectively you potentially feel as though the policy at the moment doesn't allow the council sufficient opportunity to question that as a planning application, because it effectively exempts it in policy. Obviously, our role is to ensure delivery where we can and be proportionate in the evidence which we require as part of the application process. So potentially there might be a middle halfway house here between us, rather than it being a blanket exemption, we could include policy wording through a main modification which allows the council an opportunity to consider that if further technical information on a site-specific basis, if required, possibly as part of a pre-application process. So it allows us the opportunity in policy to be able to do that, rather than potentially, as worded at the moment, it being effectively an exemption. Is that sort of where you're?
Yes, I think so. Yes, perhaps Part C of paragraph 4264 could be amended, or the other, perhaps the development guidelines for each of the allocated sites could flag up the need for mineral resource assessments on the allocated sites.
I think that's Miss Butterfield's point coming back in. And if your approach you just outlined is appropriate, then Miss Butterfield was correct.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Butterfield, would you like to come back in?
Thank you, sir. And sorry, I appreciate we've kind of moved away from my original point, but yeah, if you consider a main modification is appropriate to Part C of that policy, I would ask you to consider if it's also appropriate for there to be a modification to the Ellesmere Road allocation. I can't speak for any of the other allocations, but to the Ellesmere Road allocation to reflect the work that has already been done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right.
So again, this might fall into the category of further thinking, because I think there's gradients here about how far we can go with this. I think at the moment we are effectively the way the policy is worded there, it would imply an exemption for site allocations. I'm understanding that that's a concern, and you want the opportunity expressed by policy for the council to be able to require a sufficient level of information via planning applications in a way that the policy won't allow at the moment. It's happened on the Ellesmere Road site because the applicant wanted to do it rather than it being a requirement. I think we've mentioned about potentially alterations or main modifications to the explanatory text around that particular part around applications that are in accordance with the development plan. We could find some modifications there. Obviously always looking for brevity in all places, which is bizarre when you're looking at a 380-page plan. We do like, we would, and we have pushed on the plan, it should be read as a whole, is quite a consistent argument of ours as well. So whether or not we think it necessarily applies to each of the guidelines on site allocations, I think is one where we might want to go away and just have a think about that one. Are you comfortable with that? I mean, if you're...
Yes.
I mean, I suppose if you would be more comfortable with that in terms of a main modification in terms of the included within the guidelines of the sites, please let us know, or are you happy for us to maybe go away and have a think about that and present something which might do the job in a different way?
Yes, I'm happy for you to go away and to think about that one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. rail freight facilities. Policy SP16 specifically identifies rail freight facilities as being safeguarded. But in part 2 of DP29, it lists safeguarded transport and processing facilities, and that doesn't include the rail facilities, which I would have thought the rail facilities should be included in that list. And you have suggested a main modification in your hearing statement.
So answer paragraph 46.2, I think you're referring to.
Yes.
And that's another one of those, the ball's in your court, but I think you're telling us you're hitting the ball back to us, and you would like the modification?
Yes, please, yes. I was just wondering, I mean, should it just say rail facilities, or as opposed to railway sidings? So rail facilities could include wharfs, perhaps. I don't know. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I think we're comfortable with that, sir.
Okay, and on my question 46, I questioned the terms adjacent to and near protected rail freight sites.
So I think we've answered that in 46.1, I think, or attempted to.
Yeah. Yes, okay, that's covered, isn't it? In the if in the proposed modification to DP29, in the one that we've just suggested or discussed rather, where 100-metre buffers would be provided around rail facilities.
Yes,
So that would cover that, wouldn't it? Okay. In my question 48, I just questioned consultation arrangements in respect of coal, which is referred to in paragraph 4263.
Yeah.
I was just sort of querying what that meant, just from paragraph 4.263. It says the MSA includes information on the Coal Authority's Surface Coal Resource Plan, which defines consultation arrangements. I just wasn't entirely clear as to what that meant. I just wondered if further explanation could be added to clarify what's meant by that.
Yeah,
because we've got the safeguarding requirement, and then you've got a consultation requirement applying to coal extraction. I'm not quite sure how the two things mix together, really.
In practical terms, so what happens is that the Coal Authority have set out the circumstances in which they would like to be consulted when an application comes forward in an area where there may be coal resource, so as that coal resource is not sterilised. In practical terms, in Shropshire, it has a very limited application. However, I take your point that it's not terribly clear at the moment, and I'm sure we can find a way to clarify how that works in practice, or cross-refer to where their requirements are set out as a signposting exercise, for example. That would probably be the best way.
Yes.
I mean, it's an informative for planning applicants.
It is.
It's a signpost. But we don't want to define particularly what the current signpost says in case the Coal Authority changed the signpost.
Yes, yeah.
But we're just flagging up that there are these other signposts about.
Yes.
So do you want us to have another think about the precise wording of 4263?
Yes, please, yes.
That's easy.
So that's on the basis of more precise information around consultation arrangements? Or
yes.
Just trying to think about what...
I don't know, it's only a point, it's a fairly minor point, I think. I don't think it's... I mean, it may be an additional modification thinking about it.
There's a website we can refer to within the plan. Again, this is about, I suppose, it's an obsolescence argument again. Really, it's just making sure we don't build in something which, we don't really like to put things like websites into plans if we for obvious reasons.
We'll have another think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, but the message we're getting from you is that what you're concerned about is whether that paragraph is sufficiently clear to potential planning applicants that the Coal Authority might be interested in what they're proposing in their application. So they need to...
that's it, really. Yes, it's just to explain the meaning of that paragraph. Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, we've got that.
Yeah, we can add some words around that. Yeah.
Yes. Right. My question 51. It's policy DP 29 part 1. As worded, it says applications for non-mineral development which fall within a MSA. And I asked whether that should also include development adjacent to MSA boundaries, because policy SP16 states refers to mineral adjacent to MSA boundaries, and you've supported that as a main modification, and I confirm that should be a main modification, just for clarity.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's helpful. And so, just for excuse me, for further clarity, effectively that the phraseology would then be within or adjacent to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then my question 53, which is a question about part 2 of policy DP 29, just refers to mineral transport and processing facilities, but the list within that part also has extraction areas. So should the sentence after the first sentence of part 2, should it say safeguarded mineral extraction, transport and processing facilities?
Yeah.
And you said if I consider that an amendment would provide further clarification, then you would support a main modification. Well, yes, I think that would be necessary for effectiveness.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah,
Right.
that's it. I think a fair assumption. We agree with you on that point. So,
And I think the same applies to part 3 as well.
Yes, it's the same point, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Insert the word extraction. Yeah.
Okay, the only other point, and it was my question 58, and that concerns part 4 of policy DP 29, and should that refer to non-mineral development within or adjacent to an MSA? So yes, I agree that should be a main modification.
it's consistent. Yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions on safeguarding. Do you wish to say anything further on that? No?
No, I think we're happy with that, sir.
Okay. Now, I did have on the agenda that I circulated, I put minerals development and operation, including policy DP 31. I put that on for this afternoon's session. I only have a couple of questions on that, actually, which should be quite quick. So I suggest that we can deal with those now.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Right. Main modification 24. And that adds text to policy DP 31 to refer to aviation safety. Oh, sorry, not the policy, it's the text. It's the supporting text. I agree that should be a main modification. My only other question in relation to the management and operation of mineral sites and policy DP 31 is the monitoring provision. The monitoring indicator is as it's planning consents which specifically refer to the policy in conditions. And I'm just thinking that permissions may be granted without specifically referring to the policy. I'm just wondering if there's any other way of any other monitoring measure.
It's tricky because it's what we can actually measure. If they will do a keyword search on the planning system, don't they?
So, as a suggestion, we could include the indicator sorry, I'll get my words out. If we include the indicator related to all planning applications for mineral workings, we can then identify the proportion of the applications that reference the policy in addition to those that specifically reference it. So we'd also have an indication of how many specifically reference it and how many that represents of the total applications for mineral workings. I mean, generally speaking, we would expect all applications for mineral workings to refer to this policy. But that would give us an indication of whether that's the case or not.
So you're referring to the planning application rather than, so I think it, as worded, it refers to the planning
Consents.
permission, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Planning permissions referring and the conditions of the planning permission.
So we could also monitor planning consents, and that would give, planning applications, and in that way we would be able to determine the proportion of applications that result in consents that refer to this specific policy within the planning conditions.
Or perhaps, I don't know, just a suggestion, I don't know, but you know, the officers' committee reports, you know, how the policy was considered. Just a suggestion, really.
They do achieve all.
Yeah.
Yes, that's another that's a reasonable suggestion because of the volume of applications that's achievable. So yeah, that's a sensible approach.
Well, we can come back to this. This is a matter that we can sort of go away and think about, isn't it?
It is. So.
Okay. Well, I have no. That concludes my questions on minerals, actually. So,
Sir, if you
yes.
don't mind, there's one just points of clarification that we were just after, really. Just going back a few minutes to 68, question 68, which refers to aviation safety. Your question on that. You've got our written response. We've obviously proposed a main modification already, which is in the schedule of main modifications. Am I right in saying that the modification which we've proposed, excuse me, which we just discussed, which isn't a modification to the explanatory text rather than policy, is sufficient? We are reflective on this, so it's obviously in our wording we've said we could include something within DP 31 itself, which effectively would replicate or substitute the explanatory text, the main modification we've proposed, but put that into policy. So I mean, we are reflective of that. We think it's effective either way, but clearly we don't want to propose something if you think it would be more effective if that wording was in policy. You just make sure we didn't miss that, just in case you came back to that later and just were clear about what we'd agreed.
Yes, I think it would be more effective if it was actually incorporated into policy DP 31. Well, it could also be within the supporting text.
Yeah. Okay. We'll.
That's okay. We'll refine the main mod, the existing main mod 20, whatever it is.
24.
24.
Yeah.
We'll complement that with a modification to policy DP 31 itself.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay. Right. Well, thank you very much. I have no further questions on minerals. So this afternoon we can look at the waste policies. So if we can adjourn for lunch then, please, and if we can come back at 2 o'clock.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. The hearing session is resumed. And this afternoon, I want to look at the waste policies. First of all, with regard to spatial planning, policy SP17 Part 2, it refers to strategic principal and key centres. The plan also identifies 2 strategic settlements and 1 strategic site. Is the wording in Part 2? Does it intentionally exclude the strategic settlements and strategic site?
Timing issue, I think. It's not intentional. No.
I think it's I think it's a product of timing. So I think it's a product of timing, and I think it would need to be amended. I think in
Consistency.
For consistency with the rest of the plan.
Okay, so just to add in strategic settlements and strategic site in there.
Yes, after the principal key centres and strategic and settlements and sites, yes, we can add.
Just on that one, sir, given the interim findings, it will probably just be reference to the strategic settlements, because the strategic site was RNF Cosford.
Of course, yes, only strategic settlements. That's quite correct. So yes.
Okay. Okay, so that would be an MM then.
Yes, sir.
Just regarding the evidence base, we have the waste technical background report. What data sources does that rely on for commercial and industrial waste?
So that is dealing with the Environment Agency data, sir, which I think we referred to earlier in the context of secondary recycled inert materials. But this is the most authoritative and complete source of data on waste outside of the municipal waste, which the council itself obviously has very good data for.
Yeah.
For other waste streams, what we rely on is that Environment Agency data in order to describe commercial and industrial waste. And the way in which we do that, Environment Agency data is generally a description of the type of material rather than the source in sectoral terms. So what we do is we take the data that the Environment Agency provides in respect of sort of non-inert waste, I think is probably the way that they describe it, and we deduct from that the data that we have for municipal waste from our own sources, which we know to be accurate, and that will give us an equivalent to waste from commercial and industrial sources. And then inert waste is covered separately as a category by that Environment Agency data, as is hazardous waste. So there is a degree of approximation involved in how those categories are allocated, but it is the best available source of data that we're aware of.
Okay. And regarding the existing capacity figure, there's a list of the existing facilities in the waste technical background report, but the capacities of those facilities are not provided. Where did the figures for the capacity come from?
So there was an initial piece of survey work done some years ago now, looking at the capacity of waste facilities at that time, permitted facilities, so facilities for which there was consent, and that has been tracked subsequently by looking at changes to that, where additional capacity has been added or lost over the years, rather than resurveying the entire facilities base in Shropshire. We've chosen instead to do an annual change figure to update that capacity. So it is different, you will have detected, I'm sure, to the amount of waste which is actually handled at facilities in Shropshire. And that is because, of course, this is consented capacity rather than operational capacity, and the two are very often different.
Okay, when was the original survey undertaken?
That's a very good question. I suspect it was probably around about 2018, but I can't recall the exact date. I'm sorry, it's been too long.
Okay.
But the indication given, I think, is that it's a quasi-living document.
Yes.
Insofar as it's updated regularly.
Annually, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and the in the waste technical background report, it estimates the growth in commercial and industrial waste. And what's the basis for that estimate in growth?
You're referring, I think, to table 4, sir. Is that correct?
Somewhere. Yes.
Yeah. So that is a reflection of the planned growth that the local plan provides for. I think otherwise it's just municipal, yeah. In respect of municipal waste, for example, that takes into account anticipated or forecast growth from our colleagues doing their service planning within the municipal waste management function. So there's a certain amount of population growth in there. Obviously, it's about the number of households. Waste generally is associated with households, not individuals. And so it reflects the change in the number of households which are forecast in Shropshire, and assumptions around economic growth and over the plan period, basically.
Okay. Okay. And within the plan, are the sites which may be suitable for waste management development sufficiently clearly identified? Now, in Appendix 6, that identifies settlements which are suitable for recycling and environmental industries. And then I sort of went to the place plans for, well, the place plans and the development guidelines for those settlements, and I couldn't find any reference to waste development in there. So my concern really, any user of the plan who wants to identify sites which are suitable for waste management, how would they actually find which sites are suitable?
Yes, so I think this is it's a reflection of the fact that there's proposed saved allocations, and the proposed saved allocations for employment are those, the guidelines for those proposed allocations, employment allocations, draw out where they are potentially suitable for waste facilities. There is only a limited number of additional employment allocations proposed within the draft plan, and they are generally a more strategic scale proposal, and that's why you're perhaps not seeing the reference to the waste facilities within those specific guidelines. But for the existing employment allocations, it is drawn out within the guidelines within the adopted plan, and we will be proposing to save those guidelines as reflected within the appendices to the draft local plan.
Should that be explained in the supporting text?
Yes, I think perhaps if we added some further explanation to Appendix 6 just to make that clear, because obviously Appendix 6 indicates where settlements contain sites that may be suitable for waste facilities. If we make it clear that the specific sites within those settlements, the guidelines for them draw out where that is the case, I think that would be a useful clarification, actually.
Okay. Okay, so that would be a main modification.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the National Planning Policy for Waste in Appendix B, that sets out locational criteria. You just summarise how the plan's policies provide for development to be in accordance with those locational criteria.
So I think it's worth making the point that Shropshire is not at this time looking to accommodate additional landfill provision. We have operational landfill, which, working jointly with colleagues as part of the West Midlands Technical Advisory Body, which is currently focused on this issue, there's some joint planning going on in terms of future waste disposal requirements. So the focus of this plan is particularly on recycling and recovery facilities, which are largely industrial in nature, and are certainly capable of being accommodated within specifically industrial rather than commercial type locations. So that is the basis of our approach in here in terms of looking at suitability of sites. I would suggest that that is compatible with the approach set out in the National Policy for Waste.
Okay, and policy DP32 includes requirements to protect the environment as well, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Yeah. What DP32 is attempting to do is to identify those considerations in terms of material matters which relate to all waste facilities, and then to pick out those additional things that might relate to a particular type of waste management activity. Because obviously, depending on what it is that's being proposed, there may be some specific additional requirements which need to be taken into account. Best example I can give you perhaps is around composting facilities where there is a need to manage things like bioaerosol emissions, which wouldn't arise, for example, from a recycling process, for example.
Okay.
Unless he's just doing the policies first.
Okay. And the waste technical background report, Appendix 1 of that report, lists the active recycling sites in 2016.
Yeah.
Is any update to that list available?
Question 70. 76. Yeah, so questions 76, 1. There are now 139 consented waste sites.
Oh yes, yeah.
Whether we could update this table to reflect that.
Maybe.
So just to clarify, sir, we're on. So I think we're currently on question 76. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
About the updated information available from 3.166, and it's a very short response we provided, but it is I think addresses the question of 139 consented waste sites and their capacity on or around 1.2 million in terms of its capacity. So is that answering your question, sir, or is that, or is there some? I'm just not sure if that's answering your question or not. Sorry.
No, I think that does answer my question. Thank you. Okay. So on to policy SP17. Okay, so yes, the part 2 of the policy refers to smaller scale facilities capable of meeting local needs. I'm just wondering if those terms should be defined. What's meant by smaller scale? For example, if you had an anaerobic digester in the countryside, that wouldn't necessarily be smaller scale, or would it? Or a composting facility in the countryside. I mean, it seems to me that some of those facilities, they can be as similar scale to many recycling or recovery facilities. I'm just wondering, there's a bit of a vague, the policy says smaller scale and local needs, and I'm not entirely clear what those terms mean. And I'm wondering if they would benefit. I'm wondering if those terms are justified, or if they require further explanation.
Yeah. Yes. I think it's question 83 in the MIQs.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've provided I think that's the same question that you've raised now about level of, I suppose, how specific do we need to be, or should we be in policy? Our response is there in writing, and effectively we feel that the balance is there with the current wording. It allows the planning judgment at the planning application level, and within the context of Shropshire being a fairly wide and varied place, we feel as though that's the right scale and the right terminology to use in a strategic policy. If there remains concern, having read our response and that these two need to be defined more clearly, we can obviously or put some kind of explanation around that. We can give that some thought, but the basic principle is we feel as though that balance is about right, and we need to maintain that level of planning judgment because of the varied nature of Shropshire.
Okay.
So in the context of subparagraph 2, of course the word used is a smaller scale, smaller being a comparison word, and it's highlighting a contrast with those facilities that have gone before, i.e. Waste and recycling and recovery facilities closer to strategic principal and key centres. So what the policy is flagging up, without actually setting a threshold of any sort, is that the larger facilities will go to the larger centres and the smaller facilities will go to the smaller centres.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
For reasons which Mr. West has articulated, we think that's a good enough steer for development management purposes. And if you tried to be more specific or to give it a definition, you risk ending up in trouble so far as development management decision taking was concerned.
Indeed, I think there's some points about where the waste is coming from as well. I think it's all sort of in the mix about how we define. Well, it's very difficult to define at a strategic level because of many factors.
Yes, it's worth perhaps just unpacking this slightly. Yeah. So what we're trying to get at here, sir, is the fact that it depends very much on the type of waste and where that waste is being drawn from. So if we're talking about a local waste transfer and recycling station, that is a relatively modest sized facility which is industrial in nature, usually comprises one or more buildings in a yard, probably handles anything between 20 and maybe 50,000 tonnes of waste per annum. It could be co-located with a landfill site, that does happen, but not in every instance. As opposed to, in contrast to, a facility which is taking a much larger amount of material as a more specialised process, which could be around composting, it could be around a specific type of waste material, which draws in feedstock from a much larger geography, certainly county-wide, in all likelihood regional scale, and certainly cross-boundary material was likely to be involved. So that's the kind of distinction which we're seeking to draw, but the actual tonnage involved and the actual area involved are a function of the type of waste and the type of process. So it's very difficult in a strategic policy to generalise to that extent and make it work.
Okay. Right. Okay. Oh yes. Question 84. You've suggested a main modification to remove the word regional from policy SP 17 part 2. That refers to regional policy. Yes, I would agree that should be a main modification. And Yeah, just with regards to recycled aggregates, if recycled aggregates were to take place at the quarry, so that would be in the countryside outside of the main centres. Would they typically be smaller scale facilities meeting local needs?
It's very difficult to say, sir, because it depends partly, doesn't it? You've got a situation in which some demolition material may be delivered to a landfill site and then repurposed. You've got a situation in which some demolition material may be taken in by mineral processing facilities or mineral production sites in order to blend with primary material as a means of making a recycled or part recycled product. The scale of the facilities involved is quite difficult to predict, isn't it? It's one of these things where we could end up making, imposing some additional detail, which would end up catching everybody out as a decision-making point in development management terms, rather like the point that was made slightly earlier by colleagues. It is a tricky one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that's, I think the policy, it says supporting, doesn't it? It doesn't say any presumption against. So it would allow for flexibility, wouldn't it?
Yes, and it's worth just recognising that SP17 Part 3 recognises the value of co-location. So, this is rather than having a proliferation of dedicated facilities in individual locations, it recognises that there is a value in certain instances in co-locating. For example, a demolition waste recycling facility as part of the mineral winning and working operation.
That quite often happens.
Right. Okay then. Going on to my question 87. That refers to Part 4 of Policy SP17, requiring applications for all types of development to include information about the management of waste during construction and subsequent operation. I'm wondering if that, obviously the plan has to be read as a whole, but would that requirement be clear to a housing developer? Does it need to be signposted in relation to other policies, for example, housing policies?
I think
Implicit.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, sir, the plan is intended to be read and applied as a whole. This policy would apply to, in fact, it's clear that it applies to all types of development. That would include all residential development proposals. I take the point. Will applicants look at that policy? Well, they should look at the plan as a whole, because that is how it is intended to be read. And that requirement would apply to that form of development.
But what you're suggesting, sir, if taken to its logical conclusion, would mean a main modification to a housing policy rather than a modification, I think, to this policy, because the reason behind any change would be because housing developers might not notice it tucked away in policy SP17. Well, in that case, the signpost would need to be in a housing policy.
I take the point, but equally, if you take that approach, you'd have to do that potentially with lots of other issues.
Well, exactly right.
Whether that's ecology or heritage, and ultimately, there has to be an appreciation that as an applicant, you have to ensure that you read the whole plan and consider how it applies to your development proposals.
As we speak, sir, I'm just doing a trawl through the policies to see if there is any sort of more natural fit, shall we say. I'm struggling a little bit here, to be honest with you, to find one. And I mean, I suppose some of the comeback on that could be that it is referenced within the strategic policy section. So I appreciate that applicants may not delve into every single development management policy in the plan, but you would have thought maybe that they would at least look at the strategic policies as a whole.
Yeah. Okay.
The other factor is, of course, that we would expect the decision taker to apply the whole of the plan. So if an applicant hasn't given due consideration to this issue, then the decision taker would require them to do so in order to inform their decision.
Yeah. Okay then.
Yeah.
Oh yes, my question 89, and it just referred to part 5 of policy SP 17. And that part 5, it's the safeguarding of waste management facilities consistent with the site identification criteria for new sites. And you've explained that that should be interpreted as being the requirements of part 2 of the policy. I think you've suggested a main modification to specifically cross-reference to the part 2, and yes, I think that would make it clearer.
Yeah, I think we agree with that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then yes, question 91. You've suggested a modification to paragraph 3168.
I think this
just
is...
sorry, just to specifically refer to the agent of change principle. Right, you were going to say something.
Apologies, sir. No, I was just saying this would fall into the category of we feel as though the policy is appropriate as worded, but if you were to be minded to not necessarily agree with that, we would be open to a main modification to make that principle more clear. Or more explicit, shall we say, in the policy or the explanatory text. So
I think the policy is clear. Actually, part 5 of the policy it specifically says that facilities will be safeguarded against the encroachment of incompatible uses. and it refers to national guidance. Paragraph 3168, I think, may benefit from an explanation of the agent of change principle. It may make it clearer.
No objection, sir. That's absolutely fine. Yeah.
Okay, so and then we've got main modifications, MAM 25. Well, that refers to policy DP 32, and it adds in odour and dust. So that's in paragraph 2A, so it adds in reference to odour and dust. I agree. I agree that should be an MM.
Thank you, sir.
Now, a number of the, so in policy DP 32, it's my question 92. There's a question as to whether appropriate locations should be defined. So, for example, it says open air composting facilities will be permitted in appropriate locations, and there's a number of those in appropriate locations. Does appropriate locations? Yes, you've explained that it's in accordance with the wider policies of the plan. Okay, so yeah, okay.
We've obviously we've provided a response, which I'm just reminding myself of what we said very quickly. I'll sort of still for time. Yeah, effectively, our argument is, again, it's the plan should be read as a whole argument, but again, I think it's a point for a clarification. If you felt as though there was a need to specifically reference that.
Well, it might benefit from addition of some supporting text just to explain that. That's what's meant by appropriate locations.
Okay, yeah, we can find an appropriate location for I do apologise. We can find a suitable main modification, suitable place to include that within the explanatory text of that policy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd perhaps not better to do it outside of policy, because you'd be saying the same thing on a number of occasions, wouldn't you? So that's 4278, wouldn't it? 4278, yes. So 4278, I think, looks like the most appropriate place where we can put something in around appropriate policy, appropriate locations being consistent with the wider policies of the local plan.
Yeah. Okay. And right. Okay, and then my question 94, and that refers to part 2E of the policy, spreading waste onto the land. Does so the use of the term spreading waste onto land would appear to differ from, for example, if you're restoring a quarry by tipping inert waste, is that a different thing?
Yes, we're talking here about, for example, composting or manure-related products, shall we say, being spread to agricultural land for fertilisation purposes. This commonly happens, and it doesn't always require consent, after all. It would depend on the source of that material and whether or not it was defined as waste, and whether or not it was being spread on the same unit that it was produced on. So there are some specifics in here, but generally we're talking about where waste-derived materials are being spread for beneficial effect to assist the production of food and so on as part of agriculture. So it's not about inert waste recovery for landfill engineering or for filling in voids or fill material of various kinds. That's not the intention of this.
Should that be made clear? I'm not entirely. I'm wondering if that's clear, that it because it would appear to. I don't know. It's just the use of the word spreading, but I'm wondering if, because sort of use of inert waste to infill voids would be, well, it can be recovery, can't it?
It can be. It would generally be an engineering operation, depending on the scale of it, obviously. But we could clarify that this is intended to apply to agricultural land. Perhaps that would be the useful clarification to include.
Yes. So would that be added into the supporting text, or?
I think that would be the obvious thing to do. Yes.
Yeah.
Might need a new paragraph potentially, unless you added it to 4278 as an additional sentence. 279 is about land. I think it's a natural follow-on from any additional text around appropriate location. Yeah, we could add into the same paragraph as a separate sentence, but it's on the same thing. So yeah, something about agriculture.
Okay. Right. And then I've got a note, main modification 100. And that applies to policy DP 33. And it just makes a reference back to policy DP 19. And I agree that is important, just to ensure clarity and to make sure it's linked to that policy.
Agreed. Thank you, sir.
Right. Well, I have no further questions. Is there anything, any other points that we need to discuss this afternoon?
So can we just clarify what it is that you have in mind for the review session?
Right, okay.
And then once we've done that, we'd like, if we could, to discuss with you whether it would be possible to do that later on this afternoon, purely because of resourcing issues at the council. As opposed to leaving it tomorrow. So, for example, if it would be possible to do it at 4 o'clock tomorrow, this afternoon, we would rather do it then than at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But as I say, once we've heard what you have in mind for it, then perhaps we can decide what
yes.
time to do it is.
What I intended to do really was just to go through the list of main modifications that we've discussed today. So a consolidated list of main modifications, which consists of some of the modifications that you've already suggested, some others that we've discussed today, and some others that you've suggested in your hearing statement. So to try and agree that list between us, that's really what I wanted to do. And then if there are any other, there were one or two matters where you said it would be beneficial to go away and think about. And if that's the case, well, and you may obviously 4 o'clock, it doesn't give a great deal amount of time for you to think about that. So you may want further time.
So just on the first point about the, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a useful suggestion actually to go through and to clarify all those main modifications via the various iterations we've proposed. I was wondering, would that need to be a hearing session, or could that be done in writing outside a hearing session? Just to save time, really, on examination time. I mean, your hand's a little bit on this one, sir, and I don't want to encroach, but I'm just wondering if that's kind of necessary.
We just need a table, don't we?
Yeah, we just need a table, really. Obviously, we'd be making lots of notes between us, and we can produce a paper that we can circulate to yourself by the programme officer and seek to agree that way, rather than in a hearing session.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. Yes, if you circulate that, and then if I have got anything to add, then I can add that to it. I'm just wondering about there were 1 or 2 matters that you wanted to maybe give some thought to. Well, time can be allowed for you to come back later on those points if you wish to. Or alternatively,
put them in the table. I thought you would have thought about them.
I think both. Just both of those points would lead to a proposal for a main modification. So, on that basis, we could include our consideration of that within the table that we're going to produce, along with all the ones where I think there's quite a significant amount of agreement on that, and potentially there's only a couple of areas where we need further time to consider our position. We can include those main modifications in the table and perhaps do that outside of a hearing session, but equally, I'm thinking that through, and if you had further questions, you need an avenue to ask further questions as well.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to leave it, to sort these things out in writing.
what we had in mind was producing a consolidated table of main modifications, the sources of which come from the ones already identified in document GC4L, which we've been dipping in and out of this afternoon and this morning, and then our hearing statement, where there were firm proposals, which you've accepted, and then from the hearing sessions, where we suggested the possibility of a main modification, and you said, yes, I'd like that.
Yes.
In my notebook here, I've been keeping what I hope is a fairly reliable list, and I know that Mr. West has been doing the same. So I think between the five of us sat on the front row here, we'll have a pretty good idea of what it is that we've agreed, and then we will just simply send that over to you for you to sprinkle holy water on or otherwise.
Okay, yes, that makes sense to me. I think that's a sensible way to go forward. Yes,
and that will solve the resources issue at the council tomorrow.
Yes. Okay, that's good.
I mean, I'll just say, sir, you know, if I don't want to, it sounds a little bit like we're railroading you into something maybe. But I just want to make sure that if you did want the session on in the morning, that is fine. By the way, you know, we can resource that if it is needed. I just don't necessarily think at the moment it would add, from our perspective, a huge amount of value to the proceedings if we took this alternative approach by sort of a written format. I suppose the negative is if we produce something, it won't. I don't think we'll be in a position where we'll be in a position to consolidate a list for tomorrow morning, and we might need a little bit more time to think about those other points that we need to think about in terms of our approach, which are likely to include an element of main modification within that. Potentially, we might look to, if there is a need to come back for a further session, to a wrap-up session, if there is a further point, maybe we could do that as part of any future hearing sessions on the local plan. I don't know whether that's more.
Yes. Yes. I mean, we can always. I mean, if there were any need for any further hearing session, yes, that can be. We can arrange that at a future date, but. I think yes. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to finish the hearing today and to just between us to review the list of main modifications arising out of today's session.
That sounds very sensible. So we can agree to that.
Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's lovely. Thank you.
Right. Well.
So I haven't got anything on my list.
No, I haven't got anything on my list.
No.
All good.
Okay. Yep. So our next communication with you, sir, will be in written format then.
Sorry, just one thing has just occurred to me. I mean, I will need to study the list of additional modifications, just to check that that they are additional modifications, and they. I just need to double check. I'll just flag that up now. I did have a look through before, but I just need to double check whether any of those should be main modifications.
Would it be helpful if, when we send the list of modifications as we understand it today, if we also extract from our list of proposed additional modifications all those that relate to the mineral and waste policy, so that you've got them in a succinct format before you?
Oh yes, that would be helpful. Thanks. Yes.
And there were one, possibly two additional modifications discussed today. Further additional. Yes. But we would include those in the main mods list, but perhaps in a second table underneath the main mods. So everything that we discussed today, you would have in the tables that we're going to produce.
Okay. what sort of can you give an indication of likely timescale for that?
A week to 2 weeks, sir.
Yes. Well, if we say 2 weeks.
2 weeks is good. For, obviously, we're busy working away on other parts of the local plan
Yes.
at the moment. But I think probably a resource here. Yeah, within. So by Wednesday, the 17th of May.
Obviously, if we can get it to you before then, sir, we will of course do so.
Okay.
Yes. Is that? I mean, is that okay, sir? Is that? I mean, if we need to do it kind of earlier than that, we can do. But that sounds as though that.
No, that's okay. That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, good.
So that
Right.
our next contact with yourself, sir, will be in written. Our written response on the main modifications by the 7th. Yeah, by the week after next.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Good.
Lovely.
Fantastic. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The hearing is closed. Thank you.